Really? Okay. And everybody take it. kind of place people. Yeah, no, we were in school together. So every once in a while, our worlds collide. It's not mine.
It's yours. If someone knock it out, doesn't want to
Kick it up a little bit higher. Don't worry, don't worry.
Summer's evening from Chara, Mo Chara. Have we any Fenians here today? Are you all members of the IRB? Right, on a serious note, we're here today to defend free speech, and we're here to defend Mo Chara of Kneecap. And we're also here to stand with Palestine, because the reason we're here, Kneecap have the balls to stand up on a platform like this and call it out for what it is. It's genocide going on in Palestine. It's starvation of children, women and men. And we are here for that reason. Now, when I look around and our crowd is growing, what a sight. Irish flags, Fenian flags, Palestinian flags. Each and every one of you that's holding up a green sign. There's a special number on it. And the numbers run from 101 to 200. We've only printed 100 of those. They're collector's items, so look after them. But with the identification number, later on we're going to do a draw. There's going to be a special prize. So we're not going to tell you what it is, we're going to keep you in suspense. Now, we have some good speakers here today. We have the best band in town. Right. Now, we did invite another singer. He travelled over last night by boat from Dublin. He's on the train. His name is Bono. Boo! Boo! Now, with that, we're going to go back and have some music. Enjoy yourself. We're putting on a flat show today in Ballyboat High Road. Free Mo Chara, free Palestine.
How you doing, folks? My name is Gareth. I'm one of the musicians today, and I'll be your MC as well. I would like to introduce a very special speaker to the stage. So our next speaker comes from a family that has long stood against political repression. He's a human rights lawyer, a champion of peace, and a proud representative of Belfast. Please put your hands together for John Finucane.
I'm just going to be some old
Last month, just longer ago, we had huge numbers outside this court that stood in solidarity with Mo Chara, that stood in solidarity with the people of Palestine, but also came together with one message and with one voice to say that we will not be silenced in the face of oppression, not just in this country, but by other countries. It's help silence those who speak out against the genocide. So it's encouraging, it's heartening, it's inspiring to see so many people here today, once again, to stand in solidarity with Mo Chara today, but generally to stand in solidarity with the people of Palestine. I think we should start off with a huge bit of us to give ourselves a round of applause and in favour, in solidarity with the people of Palestine and Mo Chara. This is an unfortunate next step in criminal proceedings that are being brought against Liam. Liam, who is using his platform, who is using his artistic voice, who is using his talent to stand up and speak out for the people of Palestine. Liam is taking action in the face of inaction, not just in this country, but around the world. We are all standing together to be very clear that we will not be inactive whenever there is action to be done, whenever there is a message to be given out, whenever there is our clear voice to say, not just to the British government, but to all Western nations, to the Israeli government, that we will not stand silent in the face of a genocide. We will not stand silent when we watch journalists murdered. We will not stand silent when we see children funneled in the areas to look for food and then mowed down lesser than animals. We will not stand silent. We will use our voice. We will come together. We will shout free Mo Chara. We will shout free Palestine. We will be here today. We will be here next week. We will be here next month. We will be here as long as it's necessary with one voice, with one message. We will not be inactive. We will be very clear. Free Palestine. Free Mo Chara. Chuck
Okay, folks, next up, I would like to welcome another speaker who's come all the way from Derry. Maeve McDade is a researcher and activist from Derry, now based in London. Please put your hands together for Maeve McDade.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for being here today. I hate to see Irish people and their friends having a good time. But hate how talented we are, and we hate how much fun we can have when we're presidents. And I want to say solidarity with everybody here being harassed, oppressed, in the state. I think it's really important that we don't just look out at repression, but we realise that what's happening here is the way that they try to ban and contain, the way that we show solidarity is a terrifying measure, and it's going to get a lot worse. And it's because we refuse to live in the world and we accept their narrative that Liam is a terrorist and while they like their pockets from this genocide. And I think like Liam is not only being targeted because he is so consistent and condemnation of the right democracy, but it's also because they expose the secrets that they thought we could keep after 100 years of repression. People in the system have not spoiled suppression, and we will continue to show our support for Palestine, and they cannot silence us. And it also sickens the British state that Kneecap reject the narrative that the conflict they imposed on us was to do with Catholics and Protestants and not against the British imperial group. And Kneecap is effectively dismantled the full framework and narrative, and we are against empire and greed. So I think a big part of this is about teaching people the 6 pointers a lesson, and they want to run this circus today to show once and for all that they are in control, but they won't win today, and they won't prevent us from working. And it's metaphor for everybody who is repressed by this state. This is not an easy tactic, right, for the British state. The first prevention of terrorism act was introduced just over 50 years ago in this country, and it was never about preventing terrorism. And some of this is going to sound very familiar, but it was about was it was a law to terrorize, humiliate, embarrass, stigmatize, and criminalise Irish people in Britain to manufacture the war terrorism that conducted in the 60s. And I think those who spoke out at the time that this was an injustice and were ridiculed and laughed by the state, but they were later proved right. I today think that there were 7 and 6 and for 4, and there's thousands more Irish people who supported them as at that time. But these same tools soon be used against anybody who suspect there isn't a migrant, black, working class, and Muslim parents that they hold on terrorists when they commit genocide crimes across the world. But now, unlike then, we have this international anti-racism inspiring movement to solidarity for Palestine, and links together all the oppression from unprecedented ways. Palestine exposes and shows us how all of our struggles are connected against repression. So when the Brits might be people choosing an Irish person as a terrorist, they're not going to get away with doing that one thing. And let's not forget those who are already left in the prison at this time. Over a year, many of them are on remand and will be vindicated. And all of this repression, all of their shutdowns, make no mistake, because the state is scared. This censorship is so much they're scared of our solidarity, scared of indigenous cultures they thought they could defeat, and scared that the divide and rule didn't work. So finally, we remind Pierce Army they have no right to tell us what peace looks like. This is not a peaceful society. Real peace is not a place that protects weapons and the people. Real peace is administered by the Metropolitan Police. Peace is something that we all have to fight for, and that might be better to say. Turkey or Ireland,
Give it up for Maeve McDade, everybody!
Also, he's not at the side of the ring. One fire books.
We're here enough to right. All right.
Oh, mental. You want to go inside story? I mean, I was kind of a late call, but hey, I'm not playing. Well, I want to see the t-shirt because I'm so I've got lots of you didn't tell us
wasn't she the bride of
do you know the band? Your friends or just the rule of law, and if one party can turn up and just make it up. Your opinion, the opposition just like
I'm part
So it's just can't help it.
What? What do you mean you're not here for this? What are you here for? Transport? That's ridiculous. I hope you're taking pictures of this. What? Oh God, speeding time. Mental. So have we not sent anyone for this?
They won't be silenced by the men in the British government. I was saying on the regular since the last time we were here, I think it was 2 months ago, what has happened since. We saw Palestinian action criminalised, we saw Bob Dylan disgracefully criminalised, and we even seen the last few days Keir Starmer having the gall to come after one of the best literary persons in Ireland, Sally Rooney, to try and say that she is supporting a terrorist or criminal. Hands off all these people, but Keir Starmer, don't you dare from Sally Rooney, one of the best writers in the history of Ireland. It's worth remembering the biggest crimes of our generation are happening right in front of our eyes. At least 250 journalists killed in Gaza, at least 2,000 people killed in recent weeks coming for aid at so-called aid points and aid centres. And what does the British government do in that context? Not only do they try to criminalise Mo, Kneecap and the artists that I mentioned before, but they still continue to pump weapons into Israel. They still continue to trade with Israel. Shame on them! Shame on them! Shame on the British government! Shame on Keir Starmer for their actions! Westminster is she able to hold them or should be complicit in genocide and apartheid. But also what we have to say as well, in the north of Ireland, companies in the north are making parts that are going to make weapons to kill Palestinians in Gaza. They're going to slaughter hundreds of thousands of Palestinians. And they add insult to injury. They're given handouts, corporate handouts by MSNI, by the government. We're calling out Westminster and Stormond's complicity in funding and normalising trade and relations with Israel. We have to call it out. We have to say we will not stand for it.
So they let people in.
And you all obviously know about Liam Oak. How can you not? That's why you're here today. But I think it's important to let people know we have a real sinister development taking place. Obviously, you know what's happening in Britain, but in Ireland as well. A chilling phenomenon. Pensioners, pastors, and people who are protesting for Palestine. Some of them have t-shirts on them. Some of them don't. Being stopped, harassed, charged, and criminalised by the PSNI. And at the same time, the recent months, we've seen pogroms organised in Ballymena and Larne by loyalist paramilitaries. At the same time as this, we're seeing far-right vigilante groups in East Belfast going around targeting migrants, people of colour, people who are not white, beating them up and subjecting to real disgraceful, disgusting, racist harassment. We've also seen in the north of Ireland, and also seen here as well, aggressive and racist protest outside temporary accommodation of migrants or asylum seekers. And who do the Met come after? Who do the PSNI come after? They come after Palestine solidarity artists and campaigners. Shame on them! Shame on them! So I want to ask you, who are the real terrorists? Is Mo a Kneecap terrorist? No! Are Palestine Action terrorists? No! Are Bob Dylan terrorists? No! Do you think Sally Rooney is a terrorist? No! What about Netanyahu Starmer? Are they terrorists? Yes! Absolutely. Solidarity. Here's the Palestinian government.
You're only following orders.
Tell me, man, when I go home, my boys won't leave the girls alone. My head is on my coat, that's alright till I go home. She's the belle of Belfast. She's the Gordon Mountain. Tell me who she is. Albert Mooney says he loves her. All the boys are fighting for her. Get the door ring and the bell. Oh, my true love, where you will. Back she comes, white as snow. Rings on her fingers and bells and toes. Oh, Johnny Morrison says she'll tell you she mustn't get the phone when I work with her. Tell me
And they had to re-put another cast on, and also I had an operation after the fact.
She's as sweet as an apple pie, she'll get her own land by and by. When she gets a lad of her own, she won't tell a man till she gets home. Let them all come as they will, 'cause Albert Mooney she loves him. Tell me now when I go home, there's only my girls alone. My head is on my coat, that's alright till I go home. She is handsome, she is pretty, she's the belle of Belfast. She's a more than one, two, three. Please don't you tell me
Yeah, they're all one road. I know that they've got the cost of exactly, yeah.
Yeah, someone showed me.
Sympathetic to the person, like, yeah, fucking awesome environment. People off or get money off people for living somewhere. Hello. That's the one, yeah. Oh, right, that's correct. Right. I went. They have people went in. You look at the fan age. If you get in, I'll ask you. If I hear anything, I'll leave. I'll see if another general.
like a shot. Trying to catch you all that's moving the other thing and or less some off the wall kind of shit. Do you guys all like do media training or I don't know, like it's not like a bit of an example one of the beforehand or something. This is all aim, this is all aim. Yeah, it's helpful. Yeah, no,
Such an
organisation that I actually. So, up next, in their tireless fight, innocent victims of the global war on terror, Cage International has exposed injustices that otherwise been swept under the rug. Speaking for their international team today, please welcome to the stage Hannah Hafiz of Cage International.
We stand here again today outside Westminster Magistrates Court. But I'm going to start today with a question. Who holds the monopoly on terror? And I begin with the last testament of H'Annaidh al-Sharif, a father, a son, a voice of truth. His last words, if these words reach you, you will know that Israel has succeeded in killing me and silencing my voice. But my message remains, do not forget Gaza. But how can you remember when they insist it's not happening? An entire people starved, hospitals and schools flattened, and entire families wiped out, and the British state, the shameful British state, is not a silent partner. It's the quartermaster. It stands complicit. This isn't a system in excess. This is a system working exactly as it was intended to. And so, we stand with Mo Chara. We stand in the trajectory of a conscious world where doctors are defying bombs to heal. The students are rewriting history with chalk, dust and courage. Palestine, a litany of defiance that stretches from hunger strikers to journalists who choose truth over life. Every act of solidarity is a rupture in the framework of apartheid. Every day in court is a crack in their pedestal of power. And we are not participants in this system. We are the tide that refuses to recede. So when they call us a threat, let their fear fuel us. The state depends on our submission, and we respond with our resistance. They try to individualize us, to box us in their framework and their label. Terrorists, extremists, threats to the so-called order. But these are not just words, they are loaded words. They are the branding iron of empire used to mark the resistance and sanitize the slaughter. Look at Gaza. Look at Gaza, the largest open-air prison in the world, turning to a mass grave, a laboratory for the monopoly on violence. And we know that the British have been marketing weapons manufactured here in the UK as battle-tested on Palestinians for decades. And British complicity is not an oversight. It is the business model. Elvic Systems, BAE, UAB, Teledyne. This isn't commerce. This is on British soil. British money. Genocide signed off here in the UK. It is a transaction, a court of currency. The British state shields, protects and enables apartheid and occupation, while simultaneously we see the mass arrests of nurses, teachers, doctors, ordinary people of conscience walking willingly into the dock. They are not proving the law's strength. They are exposing its bankruptcy. They show us that an unjust law is no law at all. It is a weapon, and solidarity is a crime that is not willing to forgive. This is why Palestine is more than a cause. It is the X-ray. It exposes the rotten skeleton of empire for the entire world to see. Every Palestinian being starved, every mother surviving rubble. They are not just resisting occupation, they are dismantling the moral legitimacy of the occupier, or rather the so-called moral legitimacy. And the British state has a blueprint for this. Irish prisoners were disappeared into the H-blocks, demonised for wanting freedom. We know we won't forget. Muslims have for decades faced the identical machinery, the same labels, the same fear. To stand with Palestine is now enough to be protesting that same system. This is the war on terror laid bare, not a war on danger, but a war on dissent, a war on truth. So let's be absolutely clear. We are not the ones on trial here. We stand here as the accusers in the court of history, in the conscience of humanity. You, the arms dealers, the compliant politicians, the judges, you will stand as the accused. You can drag us through your courts. You can try us under your terror laws. But with every arrest, you confess your fear. With every charge, you indict your own corrupt system. We see Palestine as the horizon of liberation itself, the standard by which you are found guilty at Cage International. Our position is clear: to expose the very framework of terrorism as a political tool designed to sit in the crevices of every fabric and layer of the systems that we live under. It is the legal architecture of the world, the engine of apartheid, the legitimizer of state violence. We cannot reform a tool built for our oppression. We must abolish and dismantle it. To the British state, to the shameful British state, history will not record you as the guardians of order. History will record you as accomplices to genocide, and it will record the ones who stood, who spoke as the witnesses for the prosecution. So I say, from the streets of London to the skies over Gaza, we stand in solidarity with the resistance. Free Mo Chara, free Palestine.
Next up, I would like to introduce another member of Cage International. Please, put your hands together for Asim Quresh from Cage International.
Thank you. So I grew up as a child in the 80s and 90s here in the UK, in London. At that time, on the Paki Bashir NF that would chase us around the streets, so many of us, we found our refuge in hip-hop, more so than anything else. For me, hip-hop artists rap, they were the first sociologists. They're the ones who taught me initially how I could understand a world filled with racism, faced with social deprivation, faced with all manner of structural injustice. They were able to acutely diagnose these rappers the world that was in front of us. But of course, with rap came moral panics. People started getting very worried about what this music was doing, what it was saying, the messages it was putting out there. And soon enough, you had people worrying that you have these artists who are encouraging violence. In the early 90s, you had famous artists like Body Count, Ice-T with their song Cop Killer. There was another song by a group called NWA. I can't remember the name of the song. Does anybody remember? What was it? Go ahead. My hearing's going really bad these days. What was the name of the song? Hearing's really terrible. In 1993, there was a wife of a slave police officer who was killed by a young black man. She brought a case against Tupac Shakur and Time Warner. And, you know, the case basically said that Tupac's song, Crooked Ass N-Word, it encouraged the violence against her husband, which is why he died. Now here's the thing about the arguments that were made in that case. What it took was a sociologist to come along and say, hold on a second. You're saying that the music caused the violence, but who's listening to this music? The vast majority of people listening to this music in America are white people. Why are they not committing the same acts of violence against police officers? Maybe it's not the violence that causes, it's not the music that causes the violence. Maybe it's police brutality, being profiled, being stopped and searched on a regular basis, the material conditions of repression that they live under on a daily basis. Maybe that is why some black people chose to shoot at police officers, because their daily interaction with the police. But this is what they do. They pathologize us. They pathologize our history, our culture, our art. They call Fenian songs terrorist songs. They claim hip-hop creates violence. They claim that the Quran is dangerous. This is what they do because they want to show us, they want to tell us that we are the originators of the violence rather than what it truly is, that we are simply commentating on the world that they created. They create the conditions for violence in this world, and then they set the clock at the moment resistance emerges. Palestine is no different. Palestine is a story of dispossession, of ethnic cleansing, of genocide for 100 years, which is why the trick that they pull is to set the clock for the 7th of October 2023. Shame on them, because they don't want to acknowledge the role that they have consistently played in forming the resistance as it is right now. But the reality is this, that it is only because of the resistance in Palestine that there is a Palestinian people today. That is the reality. So when they invoke the 7th of October 2023, we must invoke Balfour. We must invoke the Nakba. We must invoke the Naksa. And every single genocidal act from that moment till now. The reality is this, and we can all see it very, very clearly. Zionism is in terminal crisis. As my good friend Frank McGuinness always says, it is in terminal crisis. Everyone can see it. And we are in the perfect moment to make sure that we are involved in ensuring that that crisis is terminal. That a racially segregated, apartheid, settler colonial state cannot exist in this world. And this is a story that we have seen many times from Ireland to South Africa to Palestine. This is a consistent story. To know Palestine is to know resistance, and so we declare victory to the Intifada. Thank you so much.
Right, it's me again. Right. Now I know Fenians, you have been well behaved. But what I want to ask, I had a request from the police. The police have been very good to us today and looked after us very well. They have now shut down all the other highways to accommodate us. So, what the police have asked me to do, they want to clear a little area there. So you not want to take you all the way down. You've got people down the Palace Baker Street. We have plenty of room, thank you. And we having fun? Free! Palestine will be free! Free Palestine!
Okay, folks, so we've got another speaker up, and the next person that's going to be on this stage is a lawyer who's challenging rights breaches by the British and other states, as well as supporting the Palestinian struggle against Israeli colonialism and apartheid and genocide. Please welcome to the stage, Frank McGuinness.
As we're speaking, the Zionist party of voting Gaza City and the apartheid state of Israel pursuing its fascist ideology. Zionism has murdered all of the journalists. Of course, the people of Palestine try to step into the shoes of their state comrades and document what they're witnessing, but it is beyond dire. The situation is beyond urgent. It is a genocide, and we must not become known to this. For those who don't know me, my name is Frank McGuinness. I come from Britain, Dublin, Tony. I was born in London and grew up in the occupied north of Ireland. I'm here to suggest three things. The first is that the British Empire, or the so-called United Kingdom, is in a crisis. The crisis is the fact that this state is backing the genocide. The Brits are at it again. They are once more enacting a genocide. The second thing I am here to suggest is that the Palestinian people have a right to use armed force to resist the apartheid state. We must all rally together our support of the Palestinian right to use armed force in self-defense against the genocide of fascist regime. And the third thing I'm here to suggest is that we are all anti-Zionists now. There is no space for anyone to continue identifying with that fascist ideology. We must say it loud and clear. Zionism is fascism. We are all anti-fascist. We are all anti-Zionist. Those three things, this British state and the violent enforcement arm of the state that you see surrounding you today, the Metropolitan Police are of course complicit in this crisis. They have hyper-scrutinised our speech, they've hyper-scrutinised our placards, they've hyper-scrutinised our social media to try and find some foot that we may have put wrong, to try and test whether we've contravened the ridiculous terms of the Terrorism Act 2000, to try and insinuate that we are terrorists and anti-Semites for opposing their little royal Jewish Ulster, as the apartheid state of Israel once called. The British state is up to its neck in Palestinian blood. The blood will never wash off. Keir Starmer will forever be remembered as the war criminal at the top of the British Empire that presided over this genocide. Liam should not be on the inside of the dock. Keir Starmer will hopefully one day see the inside of a dock of a war crimes tribunal. The Terrorism Act 2000 is in a complete legitimacy crisis, not just because of its use to try and attack the comrades in Kneecap, they're using it to try and attack everyone. They've made an astonishing mistake in trying to ban my friends in Palestine Action. That group should never have been attacked in the way that it was. Those laws should never have been passed. The British state has no business lecturing anyone about violence. They have no business lecturing anyone about racism. They have no business anyone on how to resist colonialism. They are one of the most violently racist colonial empires in human history. They should sit down and shut. The second point is that Palestinians have a right to armed
resistance against this fascist empire as it attempts to enact a genocide against them. You think about the good people in the Libération Nationale, the FLN, that liberated Algeria from the French colonizers, good friends of the British Empire. The people of Algeria fought with guns and with bombs against the people colonizing them at staggering cost to themselves. Let me remind you, it took 1 million Algerian lives to drive those French colonizers out of Algeria. But they did it. It is one of the most successful instances of anti-colonial resistance in human history. The good people in the Viet Cong, at staggering cost to themselves, it cost 2 million Vietnamese lives to drive the Yankee imperialists, again good friends and allies of the British murderers in the British Empire. 2 million people it took to drive the Yankee imperialists out of Vietnam, but they did it. Anti-colonial resistance, Frantz Fanon said it best, is always a violent phenomenon. Palestinians have a right to pick up guns, they have a right to fight against the apartheid state that is trying to commit a genocide against them. We must support that right, loudly and clearly and unambiguously. We must support the Palestinian right to armed resistance. The third point I'm here to make is that whatever people might have thought of it before October 7th, maybe people weren't paying attention, maybe people hadn't noticed that for its more than 100 years of history, the ideology of political Zionism was always premised on the most dehumanizing racism. All of that room for ambiguity has been eviscerated by all of these Zionist bombs. There are some people still trying to sit on the fence on the question of Zionism. That fence was obliterated by a Palestinian bulldozer on October 7th. There is no fence left to sit on. You are either an anti-Zionist in favour of people who've been herded into a concentration camp and told that they are animals, breaking out of that concentration camp, reasserting their dignity and reasserting their humanity, or you are in favour of the fascists who put them in that concentration camp in the first place. We are all anti-fascist. When confronted with fascism, we don't back down, we don't compromise. We fought the fascists at Cable Street in this very town. We defeated the fascists in the Second World War, and we will defeat them again because the alternative does not bear thinking about. When confronted with fascism, we stand up, we fight back, no pass around. We are all anti-fascist, we are all anti-Zionist now. Do not be complacent. Your government, our so-called government, the British Empire that colonised my homeland and that colonised Palestine is at it again. They're engaged in the mass murder of Palestinians because they're viewed as a racial threat to the demographic purity of their little loyal Jewish Ulster. We must not be complacent. Coming to this rally is not enough. We must escalate our opposition to their genocide until it is definitively defeated, until a ceasefire is called, and from there we must dismantle the apartheid state of Israel and consign it to the dustbin of history. Glory, glory to the resistance and its martyrs. Chucky Allah.
Put your hands together for Frank McGuinness. If you don't mind, we're going to sing us a couple of tunes.
verse now, 27. I'll go home to my parents, confess what I've done, and ask her to pardon prodigal son. And when they've listen, as often before, I remember, well, they go out over no more, and it's no pain, no pain, no more. Well, I pray go out over no more, and it's no pain, no pain, no more. Well, I pray go out over no, never.
Introduce ourselves on here. We are the Project Collective. As Irish people, we stand obviously for the alone. As artists and musicians, we stand against the suppression of artistic expression in the face of a clear genocide. And as basic human beings, with the most simple compassion for our fellow human being, we stand with Palestine, alright? We are doing a fundraiser. We're raising money for Gaza Sunbirds and the Samir Project. That's tonight. So you've got nothing to do after court. Come on down.
Sean, where is it?
It's in a place called Middlebrows on the Lower Clapton Road in Hackney.
That's it. How much does it cost to get in?
It's free of charge, but you can donate. You can donate on the way in. I think Gaza Sunbirds are going to be selling some merch. I think you're going to hear from them later on.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, so it's free entry if you want to come down and have a few pints. There's going to be loads of music, loads of great musicians. We suggest a donation on the door, and of course, if you want to, you can buy some merch from Gaza Sunbirds. Will Kneecap do that? Who knows?
It seems so well, yes. Have a big session. Really does. Sean, sing us a tune.
Here's a song I like.
reflection over my life. You landed and landed its light. The rays they shone like diamonds. My heart was green on the line. And her hair it up over her shoulders, tied up with a black velvet band. And hey, sing it. The rays they shone like voices in this crowd. I feel like I'm going to be able to talk. Okay, folks.
Free! 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 Free Palestine! Free! Free! Free Palestine! Free! Free! Free Palestine! Free! Free! Free Palestine! Free! Free! Free Palestine!
What is happening to children in Gaza? The person I'm going to introduce on stage is Dr. Omar Abdul-Manan. Please put your hands together for Dr. Omar Abdul-Manan.
Thank you so much, friends, comrades, brothers, sisters, fellow human beings. I stand before you not just as a doctor but as a witness, a health worker who has seen what happens when those in power fear the truth. I've worked in Gaza and the West Bank for a decade in hospitals barely functioning from decades of siege, alongside the same medics who are now risking their lives to save children while our government aids and abets a genocidal, psychopathic, settler colonial state. I've worked in the UK where health workers are threatened, smeared and disciplined for daring to speak out, whether about the destruction of our NHS, or the Zionist infiltration of our workplaces with multi-million-dollar contracts to Palantir to mine patient data, or the crimes carried out abroad in our name and with our tax money by a genocidal state. And I can tell you this, whether in the killing fields of Rafah or in the halls of Westminster, when the powerful speak the truth, they always come after those who dare to speak it. That is exactly what is happening to Mo Chara and Kneecap. This is not about attacking the equality in the law. This is about the British state trying to silence voices it cannot control. Voices that carry memory, resistance, identity. Voices that link the struggle for freedom in Ireland and around the world with the struggle for freedom in Palestine and beyond. Just as the bombing of hospitals is not an accident but a deliberate strategy, so too are those attacks on freedom of speech, deliberate. Putting Mo Chara in a courtroom is not about justice, it is about fear, it is about intimidation, it is about shutting us up, and good luck to them. Because they know music is dangerous. Music carries truth faster than any government press release. Songs carry memory, anger and defiance. Songs fuel liberation movements. That's why they want Mo Chara in a prison cell, to send a message. Step out of line and we'll come for you next. But comrades, this is not new. The British state has always feared the Irish voices of resistance. They called freedom fighters terrorists, whilst covering up their own massacres in Ballymurphy, in Derry and in countless unmarked graves. They tried to erase the hunger strikes from our history books. Men who gave their lives rather than let their dignity be broken. Men like Bobby Sands, who from his jail cell, prior to his death by hunger strike, said this: "They will never break me because the desire for freedom and the freedom of the Irish people is in my heart. The day will dawn when all of the people of Ireland will have the desire for freedom in their hearts. It is then we will see the rising of the moon." And just as Bobby Sands' words lit a fire in Ireland, so too do they echo in Palestine, because the freedom The desire for freedom is in the heart of every man, woman and child in Gaza. Every prisoner in Israeli prisons and black sites, every family still clinging to hope under siege. The day will dawn on Palestine too, will see the rising of its moon. We've seen this playbook before. In apartheid South Africa, they banned songs, jailed poets, exiled singers, because they knew culture could unite the people against them. But the music will spread. From the townships to the world stage, the truth travelled faster than their senses. Mandela himself said culture is a weapon of resistance. And here, and in Ireland, and in Palestine, that weapon is still in our hands. As health workers, we know what happens when the truth is silenced. When whistleblowers are gagged, patients die. When journalists are targeted, war crimes multiply. When artists are censored, injustice festers in the dark. Truth is like medicine. It only works when it reaches the people who actually need it. That's why this case matters to all of us. Not just fans of Kneecap, to the people of Ireland, not just the people of Ireland, but everyone who believes the state must never own our voices. So let us be clear. To those who imprisoned Irish Republicans while branding themselves or yourselves as peacemakers, we saw you. To the politicians who funded apartheid in South Africa whilst calling yourselves Democrats, we saw you. To the government arming Israel's genocide while claiming to defend human rights, we see you. And to Keir Starmer, who called for the complete siege of Gaza in October 2023 with no electricity and water, we see you. You cannot hide. This is not about justice, this is about power. Your fear of people cannot be tamed. So we say, we stand with Mo Chara, we stand with Kneecap, we stand with every truth teller who refused to be silent, from Belfast to Gaza, from Soweto to Ramallah. Because you can ban a song, but you cannot kill the melody. You can jail a singer, but you cannot look up the truth. You can silence the people, but the heartbeat of resistance will always outlive your lies. Our message is clear. No peace without justice. No peace without justice. No silence, no surrender. End the apartheid now. End the occupation now. Sanction Israel now. Free Palestine.
As you know, folks, okay, so next up, we've got another amazing speaker. I'd like to welcome. So, the next speaker is a powerful voice for Palestine through her activism and her art, showing us that resistance is cultural, emotional, and collective. Please give Lugna Spaitan a warm round of applause.
Hello and Assalamu alaikum. I hope you can all hear me loud and clear back there. First of all, thank you all for showing up for your solidarity. I know it's not something we should have to say to each other, to stand up against such injustice. But those of you that take the risk to do that, to speak out against such injustice, the silencing, the suppression of our voices, this is all part of that state repression mechanism designed to further fuel this colonialist oppression that we've seen worldwide. First, I want to start by delivering a message from my sister Lisan in Gaza. She's asked us to support full economic hope tomorrow. I don't know if you've all received her message. Have you all heard her message? Yes! Thank you. Now I can stand here and relay the horrors that we've been experiencing. 56 of our own families slaughtered, including H'Annaidh, who the whole world has heard her cries. This is probably one of the few times I can say this without It's the rage. all our hearts, every Palestinian, I don't think in this time, doesn't feel the pain of watching our people erased. Our culture, our identity on the brink of destruction and complete collapse. We will not stop. I came back from witnessing and watching our friends and family in the West Bank, who are also under attack now. They're trying to extend this as we're watching their genocide and erasure of our people through West Bank. The horrors that they have to endure and live with. They're traumatized and taunted constantly by drones, every aspect of their existence. I wouldn't even say living. Their existence is crushed by the Israeli boot around their necks. Those checkpoints as they're reared like cattle through them, forced to stand. Their dehumanization, the way those Israeli soldiers stuff their hand in my father's face, God, I'd like to fucking break. I'm so afraid. But we won't give up. And those who deny our right to resist, if you will not start arming Israel, arm us up in equal measure, and we can call it a bloody war. I have an important call for everyone. We've done the talks, we've signed every goddamn petition out there, we've pleaded to our government. Corruption. We will not be silenced. I call here upon the workers, it is time for us to take action. We need to stop every shipment going to and from Israel, not just limited to weapons. They split these weapons into separate containers so they don't have to declare it on the laden. They have the warhead in one, the shell in the other. These are the same slippery little snake wormholes that they've slipped through all this time. We have to stop everything. As we did South Africa apartheid, it was full dismantlement of apartheid. We want full boycott, full divestment, full sanctions, no exception. We've seen for decades as our people are slaughtered, raped, their lands taken, and these colonizers try to justify the unjustifiable. We've watched as our grandparents are forced from their homes, their land snatched, my father tortured, the brutality that every Palestinian has to face. And they want us to accept their breadcrumbs, the normalization of a racist apartheid entity, a Zionist ethno-nationalist pariah state. No, we want a one Palestine, a single Palestinian state. Our people deserve nothing more, and if we're going to talk about justice, about democracy, about equality, we begin there. We begin there. I don't want to hear any crocodile commemorations of our people. We will fight till our last breath for the full freedom and liberation of our people, by any means necessary, by armed struggle wherever we can. We have to fight, and we have to stop everything going to and from Israel, full economic sanctions. Shut them down, absolutely. Now, we've been challenging on the divestment from it, a long-winded project. We've seen again all the wormholes, and we have to make clear our demands are for the full divestment from Israel, direct or indirectly. Everything must be divested. We challenge the IHRA definition, the Jerusalem Declaration. As we know, they've weaponized this to silence our voices. It is discriminatory and racist against us as Palestinians, against advocates of our rights. We've been stripped enough of them. They want to conflate anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism, and I could go into a big long lecture about anti-Semitism, even that very word. We're going to oppose hate against Jewish people, should be called that, anti-Jewish hate. As we have anti-Muslim hate, anti-Palestinian hate. Let's not conflate the terms and try to justify the unjustifiable and give any credence and normalization to a racist entity that is designed and can only exist on the subjugation of our people. We will not be silenced. The weaponization of these terms, they too must be challenged. We cannot let that slip. And anyone who is with this anti-Semite stick, challenge them. We have to learn the differences, and we will pursue them. We will not be silenced. There's a distinct difference, and we know it, and we will fight it. We fight state repression. We stand here for all our comrades, and it's awful. The draconian measures that are in place to try and silence our voices. And look at us. They can't arrest all of us. They can't prevent us from speaking. We will not stop until they stop. And I'd like to finally wrap with a call. We are working with the dockers now. We're trying to call on them, and we're working with unions. I'm also Unite Club Community. We need your support. If you're in a union, come and speak to us. Look us up, Greenwich Palestine Alliance. Contact us through Instagram or our email, greenwichpalestinealliance@protonmail.com. If you're not in a union, join one. We need you to put pressure on them. There's enough motions and resolutions passed. They passed one in Unite Policy Conference saying that they'll support workers. And we need to put that pressure and make them implement the policies that they have put in place. We call for all the workers to come and support us and stand with our people with humanity. Because this is something that will affect all of our rights. If this can happen today to the Palestinians, we just ask ourselves who next and when. Deeds, not words! Deeds, not words! Deeds, not words! Deeds, not words! I'm sorry, my bad. I forgot to introduce my brother here, Spate. I'm sure many of you are familiar with him. As Palestinians, we get everywhere.
A round of applause from our big sister, Liverpool. Thank you. The work she's doing is amazing. First things first. Free, 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 free. From the river to the sea. From the river to the sea. So who am I? I am Spate. I am of Palestinian and Irish heritage. Come on, freedom. I was raised on freedom. This is who I am. And I'm here today to perform for our people and for our brothers who are standing in solidarity with the people of Palestine. So it's only right that we come and stand in solidarity with them. Alright, so I'm going to start off with some spoken word, and it goes like this. What's human? Descendants of Isaac Newton. If an Israeli see a Palestinian, he'll shoot him. What's human? Go loot him. The Mark Duggan shooting. Innocent humans. Victims of a crime that still haven't been proven. Or a racist movement with an agenda to remove them. EDL recruitment. It's a shame we are all the same, all live and die. That there has been proven, but still, that's human. We don't respect one another. Where's the love for a brother? My people dying every day, yet we're forced to run away, and they expect us to stay with no human rights. Yes, this does happen today, but that's human. Children dying and starving, while others live in £1 million apartment. Or a man at a computer pressing buttons to kill thousands. It's a game, bro, he's laughing. Is he doing a job? Or did he kill a child while the whole family watched? He's a human. Diasporic movements. Now refugees forced to flee because another nation removed them. Blown them up, broken down and abused them. Toxic fumes induced them. Slowly tore them apart. And when they claimed their rights, the opposition refused them. But these are humans. Where's their rights? Promised to live safely according to the amnesties that were typed. And the truth there has been pain, G. And in this day and age it amazed me how a guy can be oppressed. And 1,000 miles away in Saudi, another Arab's blessed. Selling oil to the guys that seem to be obsessed with the Middle East and Africa. But they're the lands that's blessed. Sudan is hella stressed, the West progress on the Arab conquest. And I've sent thousands to their death. But these are humans. I just pray that one day we can come together and we can prove to them that no matter how we look or talk, we are all the same, we're all breathing. All of our family. And if they die, we'd all breathing. All live and die. All told a lie. But what's life's meaning? We are humans. A multicultural movement, a natural force of nature that cannot be beaten. And if we help one another, then nothing can stop us achieving. So when you see one from another culture, please greet him. Don't violate, back chat and deceive him. For one day you may have nothing, and off his plate you could be eating. Please reason and think human. What really is the meaning? Thank you. So I'm thinking, how can I infuse my two cultures together? So I've been trying to think of a chant, so let's see how this goes, yeah? It goes, Chucky Allah, Palestine, Horror. Yeah? You got it? Chucky Allah, Palestine, Horror. Chucky Allah, Palestine, Horror. Chucky Allah, Palestine, Horror. Chucky Allah, Palestine, Horror. That's a new one, man. DJ, when you're ready. This first track, this is titled Freedom. This is for all the people of the world. Free Palestine, free Congo, free Sudan, free Yemen, free all of us. Free all of the oppressed. Look. Listen, my name is Spate. Freedom for all of the people. Look. Yo. Look. Freedom for everyone. Yo. Say what's on my mind. So many any questions about the death of a child who's grown up in bed, Israel's in the know. Let's talk about Ukraine, forget Palestine. They don't fit the narrative, it's fuzzy and white. It's like a room full of darkness and I am the light. A voice for the oppressed, while all the media hate. They won't let me break through, for what I'm speaking is right. But I'll expose you all, it's such a truth of the lie. And I'll probably get killed in some miraculous style, but I'll never stay silent. So free Palestine, free every single person for which the truth is denied. In a life of oppression, I live in apartheid. We stand for you, so raise your fist up high. Let's target their ears to make them open their eyes. Maybe think with your heart and start using your mind. But we all know the difference between the strong and the right. So I speak freedom for Palestine, freedom for Yemen, freedom for Ireland, those in oppression, freedom for the Congo who burns to death. And freedom to the kids throwing stones at the tanks. In the West, you're like some blessed, you need to go in the thanks. I said, freedom for Palestine, freedom for Yemen, freedom for Ireland, those in oppression, freedom for the Congo who burns to death. And freedom to the kids throwing stones at the tanks. In the West, you're like some blessed, you need to go in the thanks. Unravel the propaganda and the truth of the rise. Question everything and decipher their lies. If they still remain ignorant, then cut them ties. It's all there to see. I hear their screams and cries. You see they won't publicize, dropping bombs like that on innocent people if their colour ain't white. So ask yourself, my brother, how is this right? I'm not in a place of power, all I have is this mic. So I sat down to think, my hands started to write. And I refuse to stay silent, so I'm joining the fight. You think life's hard in the streets on a dark cold night? But imagine your life with a piece on the board for the government's flag. Nobody steps in and the truth is denied. You wipe off the map and you act like it's alright. What about Syria or Palestine's rights? What about the Congo and it's a force for mine? Dying in caves, looking the West to have a line. And what about Yemen, that's a Saudi funded crime. Killing all the innocents night after night. Or Kashmir's disagreement causing thousands to die. And what about China with the concentration camps slowly on the rise? And what about refugees who sail across the seas, dreaming of a life that they may never reach? Swallowed by the waves and then washed upon the beach. Oh, how can they allow all of these atrocities? How it is so different from the west to the east. We have two definitions when it comes to the word peace. I'm sincerely asking, please help everyone in need. Don't ignore the truth or judge due to believe. If they migrate to your country, ask them why did they flee? Because at the end of the day, you see, we all have a dream. Our dream is simple. We just want to be free. We all eat, sleep, love, hate, and breathe. It don't really matter if your name is Ahmed or Steve. We have ambitions that we wish to achieve. So ask yourself, is it a want or a need? I'll leave you with a bar to keep your mind at ease. My message is simple that every single person deserves to be free and treated equally. Learn from our mistakes, let's not repeat history. So I feel freedom for Palestine, freedom for Yemen, freedom for Ireland and all those in oppression, freedom for the Congo who burns Sudan, and freedom to the kids throwing stones at the tanks. In the West, your life so blessed, you need to go and give thanks. I said freedom for Palestine, freedom for Yemen, freedom for Ireland and all those in oppression, freedom for the Congo who burns Sudan, and freedom to the kids throwing stones at the tanks. In the West, your life so blessed, we need to go and give thanks. Look, you need to go and give thanks. We should all be giving thanks. Thank you. One moment, boss, one moment. We should all give thanks, you know, we're blessed. We can go home after this, we can wake up tomorrow without being blown up, without being oppressed, do you understand? So we should be giving thanks for the lives that we live and appreciating every day that we have. You understand? Free, 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 free. When I say free, you say Mo Chara. Free, 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 free. When you're ready, DJ. This one's titled Gaza Blues. This is for the children of Gaza. Look, freedom, free Palestine. The people of Gaza are suffering. They're dying of malnutrition, bombing. The oppression is crazy. I don't understand how this could be allowed. It's 2025. Look, listen. Now it's time to show the truth about our roots, about our people and the struggles that they go through. 75 years of oppression, and we still stand true. I'm a damn me for the steam. I always stand with you. This one's for the children of Gaza, the ones who lost their father. Imagination and dreams of their monster cooking. A warm hug with the blood of our famous sage tea. My leader, that will shock your life and mine, I swear. Little No one can imagine what you're feeling inside. Just know that you're the strongest of the night. God is watching and there's angels by your side. As phosphorus rains down, there's corrosion all around. No human rights, there's a child melting down. And I don't mean mentally, physically, skin burns. And they take turns to press buttons and jump the whole family. This one is for Gaza, this one's for the kids, this one's for the fathers who didn't make it. This one's for the mothers who had to bury their sons. This one is for Gaza, it's a Palestine song. I said this one is for Gaza, this one's for the kids, this one's for the fathers who didn't make it. This one's for the mothers who had to bury their sons. This one is for Gaza, it's a Palestine song. See, how can a nation that was slaughtered by a nation go and slaughter a nation? Basically the same way. It's ethnic cleansing, only targeting one race. We got Ghanaian children buried in mass graves. So I sit home when I pray that my family stays safe in the West Bank, where there's more mischievous works that take place. Oppression is current and the settlers are given weapons and tools to take aim at any Palestinian face, regardless of age. Set fire to our house to try and force us away. Soldiers fire tear gas in such a violent rage. Turnstiles in and out with a gun in your face. They hold the keys to our home, so still we remain. Palestine, Al-Quds, we'll be here to the grave. We hold the keys to our home, so still we remain. Palestine, Al-Quds, we'll be here for them. This one is for Gaza, this one's for the kids, this one's for the fathers who didn't make it. This one's for the mothers who went to bury their sons. This one is for Gaza, it's a Palestine song. I said this one is for Gaza, this one's for the kids, this one's for the fathers who didn't make it. This one's for the mothers who went to bury their sons. This one is for Gaza, it's a Palestine. Thank you very much, London. Free, 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 free. Thank you.
Folks, put your hands together for Spain. That was absolutely fantastic. We're going to sing a couple more tunes, alright? And yeah, don't go anywhere, folks. The vibes here are absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much, everybody who came out today. Anyway, show it and let the class see it. Alright? This is my buddy Colin, by the way. I thought I would introduce Colin. He's our sound engineer as well. Behind that cam exterior is man. It's a very long morning. Take it away, lads.
Job at a sleepy way down in Country Street. Fell in love with the laundry girl that was round here's exactly across her face, and then look at half so high. The box caught in the headlight that was hanging in the rain. The city and the sea are not very fine. You don't take me out of here. She was a relative, fine as a beast with it, so fine I put her away and throw her away. She was a lost child, she was running wild, so long as there's no price in the and swing. So kind of at the wind, make our own. She was wild. She was running wild. She said so because there is no place in loyalty. She was a real thing. Why does that easy? Never so more than ever was never say. If we could just live all of our lives, if we get older and to me, said you're
undercovers that are in the crowd as well. If you're not singing along, you might be an undercover.
Singing along. Okay, so next up, I'd like to introduce. So the next speaker is a Palestinian and an activist. Please welcome to the stage Sam of Intifada 87.
Long live Palestine! Thank you. I am really honored to be standing here amongst all of you, the different color, creed, nationality, standing here shoulder by shoulder, as we stood together for the last, really coming up to 22 months now of the genocide in Palestine. As we stood together with the Irish nation, and the Irish nation stood by Palestine over the decades of the occupation of Palestine. I am so proud to be standing here speaking in support of Kneecap and the Irish lads who stood to their principles and said, stop the genocide, no to Zionism. It's an honor to stand in front of you. It's an honor to represent a Palestinian group that has worked with the Irish comrades on the streets of London for the last 22 months, shoulder by shoulder. And it's really, really weird. Throughout my time in the UK, it's the only people, the only nation, that the only thing that I had to say to introduce myself, that I am Palestinian. The amount of empathy, the amount of love from all my Irish friends and supporters that I receive, sometimes is more than my Palestinian friends. This is how much the relation between the Irish people and the Palestinian people. A couple of weeks ago, one of my friends, a Palestinian refugee from Gaza, that left and came here with a severe mental health issue, was tackled by the police on the streets of London. But at that moment, I was never more proud to see my Irish friend who stood up for her. And she got arrested for that. And she's been charged for defending someone who is a refugee, who suffered the mental health because of the ongoing genocide, and she stood there. I felt so proud. That's the Irish people that we know, that throughout the history of Palestine, and most of you won't remember it because you're still young, we remember all that and the support from Ireland throughout the 70s, the 60s, the 80s, the 90s, and ongoing support from all the Irish comrades throughout the world. So, up the Irish people. I'm not sure what that means, I haven't learned that. Our day will come against the oppression. Our days. Our day will come against the establishment that are more interested in their own personal gain, supporting an ongoing genocide, supplying weapons, refusing to stop the F-35 and their spy plane over Gaza so that they can save a few quid in their own pocket. Shame. Yvette Cooper decided to prescribe a Palestinian group as a terrorist after receiving 200 grand of the UK lawyer of the Zionist regime. Shame. So we are not surprised to see a lot of our comrades being charged with, I don't know, they call it terrorism. In my country, Palestine, we have an old saying from a very, very dear comrade. She's called hAnnaidh. She said, if my love to Palestine is terrorism, consider me the biggest terrorist in the fucking world. Standing on a stage and saying stop the genocide is not terrorism. Standing on stage and saying free the people of Palestine is not terrorism. Flying over and bombing kids is terrorism. Starving 2 million people is terrorism. They start not going on social media or media on LBC and saying Israel have the right to stop water, food, child. That is terrorism. That is fascism. That is every or the highest level of racism that you can ever experience. Just because we are of a different color or from a different part of the world. We face this. But I tell you, comrades, Palestine stood for thousands and thousands of years, even before Abraham and all the people. It's the Holy Land. It's the Holy Land because its people made it holy. Because we wouldn't stay standing no matter how many people they kill. As long as there is one Palestinian living, Palestine will be free! Free, free! Palestine! Free, free! Palestine! From the river to the sea! Palestine will be free! From the river to the sea! Palestine will be free! Free Mo Chara. Thank you very much.
Folks, put your hands together for Sam from Interval 87. Now, next I'd like to introduce, this is a great organisation, a symbol of resilience to people around the world. Our next guest comes from an extraordinary group and reminds us of the strength and dignity of the Palestinian people. That is the Gaza Sunbirds. They're a paracycling team by athletes, engineers, assaults on Gaza. They show us that even under siege, the human spirit cannot be broken after devastation and become resilience. Please put your hands together for Hanaidh Ali from Gaza Sunbirds.
Hey everyone, how are we doing today? Welcome to the trial of Mo Chara representing the Palestinian people against the British state. See what people here are on trial for, right? So Mo Chara writes songs that kids listen to, right? The British state gives drones to Israel that children will never unhear. Mo Chara writes bars that slap. The British government gives bombs to Israel that kill kids, that have killed 100,000 people. So I have a question here today, which is who are the real terrorists and who are the real people that are standing up for a terror organization? Because it's not us. But for me today isn't about Mo Chara. Actually, Mo himself said today is about the Palestinian people. Yes. And I'm here today to tell you the story of the Gaza Sunbirds. Who here has heard of the Gaza Sunbirds before? More than a paracycling team, the Gaza Sunbirds is a group of individuals who've all suffered at the hands of the occupation. We've lost limbs, we've lost houses, we've lost loved ones. So when we stand and we cycle, we don't just represent Palestine, we represent every crime that the Israeli regime has ever committed. A lot of people ask Palestinians, why don't you resist peacefully, right? Because we haven't tried that before, right? Let me tell you about the Great March of Return. Who here has heard of the Great March of Return? Let's make some noise. For those of you that don't know about the Great March was a series of peaceful demonstrations held at the border between Gaza and the so-called Israeli state every single Friday between 2018 and 2019. Are we following so far? Amazing. Every Friday, tens of thousands of Palestinians would go to the border, and every single Friday, the IDF would stand from 300 meters away and target people with snipers. Every Friday for a year. 23,000 Palestinians were injured. 23,000 were injured between 2018 to 2019. 8,000 of us were hit by live ammunition. 8,000. And on that day, my co-founder, hAnnaidh, can we say his name? hAnnaidh. That's right, hAnnaidh went. He was Palestine cycling champion. But for 6 years, because of the siege in Gaza, he was never allowed to even compete. They would not want him to compete because through sports, Palestine is recognized equally as every other country on earth. So in 2018, when hAnnaidh went to the Great March of Return, what did the occupation do? They shot him. He shot him from 300 meters away from the fence. He was wearing his cycling jersey, he was holding his bicycle, he was on his way to training, and they shot him with an explosive bullet. Not only did they shoot him with an explosive bullet, when he lost 15 centimeters of his bone through one bullet shot, he went to the hospital and the doctors told him, hAnnaidh, are you sure you were hit by a bullet and not by a missile? The bullets that they used have been outlawed since the First World War. Explosive bullets that go into the body and explode. It gets worse. It gets a lot worse. Not only did they shoot him, they also control who gets medical access and who doesn't. So hAnnaidh stayed for 9 days between surgery. But for 9 days, hAnnaidh was not allowed to leave to get medical treatment. 9 whole days, his temperature reached 42 degrees. hAnnaidh went into a coma, and finally the doctors gave him a decision. hAnnaidh, it's either your leg or your life. And hAnnaidh chose his life. He called it the amputation of his dreams. Dreams are what Israel targets. They try to target our hope. They try to target our dreams that we can build a better tomorrow. They try to target our dreams that liberation is possible, that freedom is inevitable. And what hAnnaidh did was he proved to them that that's exactly the case, because within 1 month, hAnnaidh got back on the bicycle. And hAnnaidh became Palestine's first paracyclist. I want to give you an idea how tough this guy is, right? He went back on the bike, his stitches hadn't healed yet. The first time he went on, he fell. All his stitches opened up. He went to the hospital and the doctor told him, hAnnaidh, don't ride your bike again. And what did he do? He rode his damn bike again, yes. Not just that, hAnnaidh had this dream because he noticed that there are tens of people, hundreds of people around him with amputations. Gaza, even before October 7th, had one of the highest rates of amputations in the world. Do you know what the most common type of amputation was in Gaza? It was breast cancer amputations, right? Because even women before October 7th were not allowed to leave Gaza to get chemotherapy or radiotherapy. Shame! Gaza Sunbirds were born. We did 3 years training people with disabilities how to ride bicycles. Innocent enough. And when October 7th came, our lives got turned upside down like everybody else's. We lost our homes, we lost the streets that we trained on, even our bikes. Yeah. But we didn't give up. hAnnaidh, within just 7 days of the genocide starting, he called me and told me, Kareem, let's start giving out aid. Because he wanted people to see that if we, the people with disabilities from Gaza, are not willing to give up, then what excuse do you all have? Since then, hAnnaidh and our team has distributed $500,000 of aid in the Gaza Strip. hAnnaidh has been evacuated from Gaza. hAnnaidh became the first Palestinian ever to represent Palestine at the Cycling World Championships, having left the genocide, being starving, losing 10 kilos in there, and we finished, we qualified, we did it. After 12 years of trying, hAnnaidh left school, hAnnaidh lost his leg in the pursuit of being able to ride a bicycle. And in the end, he did it, he achieved his dream. That's the story of the Gaza Sunbirds. I've just been traveling in Ireland for the last 3 days. Actually, I cycled 100 kilometers from Belfast to Dublin, half the way. United the Islands with a bike, you know? Yes. Actually, did you know, the Cycling Federation in Ireland is one of the only federations that's active across all 32 counties. You know that? You know that? So, anyways, my point was that as much as we love Ireland and as much as there's solidarity with Ireland, I need to be real with you about something that I saw in Ireland, right? Did you know that your government sells Israeli war bonds? Did you know that? Did you know that till today your government has not passed the Occupied Territories Bill? Did you know that till today the Irish government still hasn't applied sanctions on Israeli ministers? I have a question for you all. What are you going to do about it? Are you going to fight? Are you going to fight? Please, this is bigger than this protest. This is bigger than this demonstration. You all here have a voice. Unlike us in Palestine, you have the chance to effect real change. You have the chance to stick a knife into the neck of the Zionist architecture by stopping the flow of weapons. And so what do you need to do? You need to fight. What do you need to do? What do you need to do? What do you need to do? That's right. So no matter what, let's keep fighting and let's keep fighting together. Free Mo Chara and Chuck your Allah.
Okay, one last time, put your hands together for Kareem Ali from Gaza Sunbirds. And Gaza Sunbirds are great friends of ours, and later on this evening, as we mentioned earlier, we're going to do a fundraiser at Little Rose in the Lower Clapton Road in Hackney. Gaza Sunbirds will be there selling some very, very dripping merch. Okay, make sure after all it open. And it's at 7 o'clock, free entry, but it is pay what you feel. Please dig deep. All proceeds go towards the Spin Project and Gaza Sunbirds. Now, I'd like to introduce our next speaker, who is doing some very amazing work for the Irish Repression. Please put your hands together for Emily from Crete again.
Based in London. On behalf of Crean Gaeilge, I want to welcome the two incredible artists behind me here today, who've joined us in solidarity with Ukraine and with Palestine. And I want to tell you about the work that they're doing on behalf of Palestine, anti-imperialism, and for oppressed people everywhere. Rosie Niworku is a harpist, composer, and activist from Dundalk, Ireland. She studied at the Royal Conservatory in The Hague and the Guildhall School of Music in London. Rosie has performed language dates back centuries, in particular those of artists and musicians. The harp has long been associated with Irishness. This is due to its rich history, but also its role in resistance. The harp dates back over 2,000 years in Ireland and is one of the oldest instruments ever, first originating in Mesopotamia, modern-day Iraq. It was a highly respected and valued instrument spread throughout Southwest Asia, North Africa, and then Ireland. It's our emblem, it's our national instrument, and it's the national instrument of Egypt today. It became, while I noticed while researching the harp was, the status of the harp in civilizations runs parallel to the colonization or fall of said civilization. The harp being an innately indigenous instrument meant it was the target of colonizing powers. Because, of course, removing language and music is the first and most effective step in erasing national identity. In 1603, Queen Elizabeth decreed that all Irish harpers were to be executed by hanging and all instruments were to be burned. Cromwell decided to finish this and burn all harps and organs of Ireland. Despite this, the harping tradition carried strong. The United Irishmen are to thank for the harp's revival and the harp's role in resistance. In 1972, in the height of Irish cultural revival, they organised the Belfast Harp Festival, which is a precursor to their 1798 rebellion. This rebellion was fronted with a flag and golden harp against a green background. This harp was used in every rebellion ever since. The harp is often referred to, Ireland is often referred to as a harp, with slogans like, "It is newly strung and shall be heard," and "The harp without a crown." This can be seen in 1916, 1798, and the writing of James Connolly. The harp symbol of resistance is carried on today with political prisoners from Long Kesh in the 70s historically acknowledged for their part in Irish language and cultural revival, building their own harps while imprisoned. The harp is a symbol of cultural resilience and resistance. As an artist who has been shaped and deeply inspired by our history of resistance to oppression, I am also compelled to speak about the unseen campaign of state repression against our language and cultural expression within the segregated Republican landings of Row House at Mapbarry Prison, carried out today against Ireland's political prisoners. Despite the 1922 Identity and Language Act, the jail administration within Mapbarry actively suppresses Irish language and culture under a policy of so-called workplace neutrality. This sees their Irish language books confiscated, their complaints in Irish language dismissed, the wearing of a fáinne forbidden, Irish language and newspapers withheld, Easter lilies and GAA clothing and equipment is banned. In September of last year, Sean McPhee, a Republican prisoner at Gaeilgeoir from County Armagh, launched a legal action against the Prison Service and Department of Justice as the key institution denying Irish speakers their most basic rights during their incarceration. What makes this all the more striking is how little it is spoken of in the public sphere. Mainstream political prisoners will rightly celebrate Irish culture events like this on global stages, but sadly, they fall silent when confronted with the reality of prisoners today whose culture and language rights are denied in 2025. I'm personally inspired by the historical events and revival of our native language and culture within the confines of Long Kesh and Portlaoise. But to name a few, during our most recent phase of conflict in Ireland, it would be hypocritical of myself not to recognise the parallels in 2025. The persistence of those prisoners like Sean McPhee, the endurance of the language in their cells tells us something vital. Just as the harp has carried resistance through centuries of oppression, so too do these prisoners carry forward the struggle for cultural rights and dignity today. It is a reminder, if anything, that the prison struggle is not finished. Repression is ongoing, and resilience remains stronger than the forces that are trying to silence it. I'm going to play something on the harp. I'm not sure if you're going to hear it. It's been very quiet so far, so I'll give it a go. If not, it's a very symbolic image, but I hope you can hear it. I'm going to play Back Home in Derry. Thank you so
victim. My family's friends have been murdered because they've been accused of being terrorists just by virtue of existing in the land that Israel wants. The piece I'm going to read today talks about that. In April 1998, I was a child, like her, in the land where people are meant to die. I was scared, like her, of buildings melting like candles. She slept in the UN building, safe in her mother's arms. She slept as one of 800 and she died as one of 116. She was a child, like me, and we had not yet learned to speak, let alone write, too young yet to know what it means to be killed, let alone know of empire, of someone more human than us holding the gun. The rocket came from the land of Israel and found her, gently breathing. My father saw her on the rubble. She looked just like me. Curly-haired, wild-eyed, clenched fists, baby. In April 1998, my father packed our bags. We left behind his mountains, my mother's olive groves, 2 grandmothers, 1 grandfather, 6 aunties, 9 uncles, dozens of gossiping cousins, 2 milk siblings, wild-hearted friends, the sea, falafel, morning coffee, what the neighbors said, who got married when, smoking, Arab, siblings come together like an We went where people are not supposed to die. And I lived. I looked. I clenched my fists. I carried her blood in my mouth and blessed it. It reminds me who life is for. It prepares the curse I spit at you. You who have good milk in your mouth. You with half-open, restful eyes. You who look at the daughter's dirty face and see a cabbage. A terrorist, child of terrorists. May your white teeth fall from your mouth. May your white faces burn with phosphorus. May you feel the taste of death. May you feel the terror of the life that beats under your rubble. The life that will kill you before it dies. I didn't die. I lived long enough to listen. I lived long enough to carry the weight of everything I heard. I heard my mother's tales, always the same tales, over and over. I know these tales like I know favorite neighborhood in Beirut. In Dahi, the streets are named after the southern villages of the capital state. The faces of martyrs hang at every corner. Neighbors shout each other's names across the roads. The buildings stand over each other like streetlights. The building is there, proud of his family on every floor. I sat with them this morning. The shisha bubbled all night. The cap was trinkets on the floor after 40 minutes. And my uncle talked. He says, we did all this in the resistance front, in the days of liberation. We didn't care about religions or anything, we cared about how to free Lebanon. But we faded away. Nobody remembers us, our operations, our struggle. This is what I tell you. I joined the Communist Party when I was 14 in 1977. We joined for the workers, the farmers, but then Israel invaded. I said, 14 is so young to join. And my uncle says, yes, this was beautiful about this. All the kids from the village joined. I was in the village by the lake. And then in 82, Israel invaded. They wanted to eliminate the Palestinian revolution from Lebanon. We were facing this huge army with this incredibly basic equipment. All of us volunteers, kids. We freed Lebanon. My auntie says, I would go to the south with the resistance. I was 16. We were all so young. We'd go to the border. We'd go to the militants and give them letters on what to do, money. We heard the news, we carried it back to Beirut. As we did this, we were not holding a gun. It was harder than holding a gun. Holding information, going to places you've never been, people you've never seen. I was strong. My strength is gone. My uncle says, it was normal people. I knew a normal woman who had 3 children with Down syndrome. She used to fill bags of hay with weapons, and I would go to move them. The people fed us. When we ran out of food, we'd go to trusted houses and say, we need a sandwich. People would give it to us for free. I'd leave a message on the door saying, I need this for that, food, shelter, a secret. Then I'd get a message with the location and go get it. Those who stayed in the south during the occupation are militants. Those who gave a bottle of water to a comrade are militants. Those who cooked and delivered letters were militants. It was women and men fighting, resisting. Now we are fading away. We are forgotten. In August 2025, I am alive, and she is dead. In August 2025, I'm seeing stories that happened while stories are happening, and time is the same in another, and space is the only gap between a child and a child, me and her. Now the same murder floats up to my fingers, tracing blood-encrusted beloved faces, violet eyes, freshly bagged brothers on a flat, unreachable screen. And she is here, as real as the boarding coffee, as the bus, as the office. My life, unsharpened, is a body. So sharpen me. Let me be a rock, damp in a child's hands, heavy in the moment of heartbreak, cold in the cry for the glorious, they've never seen before, the endless time after survival.
It seems to be like colonialism has come full circle and the Irish and the oppressed people of the world have taken over London. That's the way it should be. So we're going to just do a couple of songs for you. The first song is a kind of a whistle-stop tour through the worst atrocities of the British Empire, which I have to say is a dream come true for me to perform it outside the magistrate's court. It's from the perspective of a woman, but I didn't have time to do my makeup, so you're just going to have to imagine that I'm a very attractive Irish Republican woman. This is my friend Sully, by the way. Sully! It's on my pages, and it's called "Are Ye Sorry for What Ye Did?" Well, it's nice to say you're sorry when you make the balls of it. I say it to every Brit, are ye sorry for what ye did? Be like me and say you're sorry, so cause you made the balls of it. Sorry I forgot to feed your rabbit, no lettuce for little Mark. Are ye sorry for the famine and leaving us to starve? Sorry for getting stuffy, I get desperate monthly cramps. Hey, sorry to introduce Hitler to concentration camps. Hey, sorry for what ye did. If ye are, ye keep it so well. Everybody, here we go. Sorry for saying you were fat arse, I get nasty after wine. Hey, sorry what you did to it. I sometimes rush it like a fool. I'll hold my hands up there, but I have nothing on the hastiness of the No, that's nowhere near over. Do another hour. I'm sorry, don't understand better. We gave you our lives, our land, then you gave us Nathan Parker. See, I told you people would know Nathan Parker. We were going to do Weatherspoons. I'm sorry you wear much love and no white tea. Then he did invade half the world, and yet complain about immigrants. Sorry for what you did. We are your good with him, but it's nice to see you're sorry. I say it to every Brit. Sorry for what you did. Say you're sorry. Be sorry for what you did. You keep it going so ahead. I want to do one more tune, and it's a world premiere. You ready for a world premiere? I was just thinking there, I said to Sully, this is as close as we're ever going to get to the Sphere in Las Vegas. This is my Bono moment. I'm going to make it all about me. So this song was written for me. It's Aisha here. Where is she? She wrote it anyway, so just in case, just with regards to the cops and MI6 and all that, I didn't write these lyrics. I may not even endorse the song, but I am going to sing it. It's called Yo. Where is she? Hey! Here's the writer, cops. I'm just a struggling artist, so don't criminalize me. I hope we don't butcher it. So it's go on home, IOF soldiers, go on home. So go on home, IOF soldiers, go on home. Have you got no fucking homes of your own? For all of these years, we fought you stay, Irish soldiers, if you stay. You'll never ever beat us, no way. 'Cause the blood of our martyrs fuels our empty bodies. So take a tip and walk on home before you're slain. Go on home, Irish soldiers, go on home. Everybody, have you got no fucking homes of your own? For all of these years, we fought you without fear, and we'll fight you for eternity and more. Well, we're fighting my way for the cause, and we'll never ever bow down because we know our history, we know that we'll be free. Get off our land, our masters leave us free. So go on home, my soldiers, go on home. Everybody, have you got no fucking homes of your own? For all of these years, we fought you without fear, and we'll fight you for eternity and more. We're not cowed, we won't stumble, we won't fall. We're Palestinians and proud we are to be. So put your bloodstained hands, we're taking back our land, and we know we'll see free Palestine once more. So go on home, Irish soldiers, go on home. Have you got no fucking homes of your own? For all of these years, we fought you without fear, and we'll fight you for eternity and more. One more time, Sonny. Go on home, Irish soldiers, go on home. Have you got no fucking homes of your own? For all of these years, we fought you without fear.
Okay, folks, or should I say, give her another round of musician and a dear friend of Kneecap. Please put your hands together for Jelani Blacker, please.
That was good energy, wasn't it? Alright, I haven't made it all the way through the speech and I can't get quite emotional, so it's very the first time I went on the march in Palestine, I was around 9 years old, and I was always getting very political. I just wanted to have that same spirit of feeling like people here change. She even brought our name to son. Children should know the power of people. The thing is, looking back, I don't really remember anything about that experience. I remember crowds and signs, but I didn't really have any idea about what was going on. 20 years later, and I'm sharply aware of what I took part in. The ongoing occupation in Gaza is generations long, and in that march, my mum would pass down an international fight to recognise the existence of a Palestinian state. How many more generations do we need till the truth is acknowledged? Israel occupied the West Bank and Gaza Strip. They are invaders and have committed atrocities against an innocent civilian population. It's clear they've committed genocide by all moral and legal standards, but it's not good enough. The perpetual debate over who is right is one of the strangest debates of our time. It is nuanced. It's some of the strangest rhetoric I've ever heard for warmongering and occupation. Philosophy is nuanced. Relationships are nuanced. History is complex, but it's not often nuanced. It's not subtle. This is what they want you to believe. In fact, history is very often the opposite. It's stupid and blunt and brutal, and cause and effect is often traceable and extremely obvious. The sometimes quiet decisions and personalities become extremely visible in the light of time. But what's happening now is that the light is being shone in the present. Turning point for America, where the first time people can see a government flagrantly lying to its people. In many ways, this is the turning point for the world. Unknown meaning behind the situation is an insult to the hundreds of thousands of people that have died for the gain of a few. There is no unknown force at play. We can see the guiding hands in this conflict. It is not beyond control. Occupation can be stopped. Maybe the truth of this is hard for the West to publicly acknowledge, because for centuries, narratives have been dictated by Western powers who believe that occupation is right. What they always fail to understand is that land can be stolen, but the heart of the people cannot be erased. That is why, despite enslavement, internment, and horrific generational violence, the heart of the people cannot be erased. And today, I'm going to talk to you about my friend from Ireland. Another place that suffered from hundreds of years. My family is Irish, Sierra Leone, and Belgian. It's been 500 years since West African people were stolen by the British. They embodied in Sierra Leone. 400 years since the Irish were murdered by Cromwell and sent as indentured servants to Barbados. In 2025, there's a young Irishman on trial for speaking out against English injustice, and a black man from Africa and Caribbean speaking out to defend him. They did not break us. They must hate us. We all know the reality. This was never about the charge. It's about what Kneecap stands for. I've known them for a while now, and not once was any of their political views considered criminal. They were allowed to speak, until they spoke in America and the hammer came down. It was terrifying to see, for such a complete net to fall over them, for the witch hunt to be so absolute. It put into perspective for even the most skeptical people that the media and government is broken. The code of silence that's been used to muzzle so many people over the years has become a wide-reaching web, and it's hard not to feel trapped. All we have are our stories. For Palestine, this is true in a way that is essential to the soul of humanity. This poem by hAnnaidh can never be read too much. If I die, you must live to tell my story, to sell my things, to buy a piece of cloth and some strings, make it white with a long tail, so that a child somewhere in Gaza, while looking heaven in the eye, waiting his time, and bid no one farewell, not even to his flesh. My kite you made, flying up above, and thinks for a moment an angel is there, bringing back love. If I must die, let it bring hope, let it be a tale. It's a tragic and scary time when our tales can't be told, when the elderly are criminalized and journalists are killed where they stand. 270 in 3 years. We're living in a time where truth is being persecuted more than any point in modern history. Propaganda is woven into media, and even the people who spread lies don't deny that they're mouthpiece of the capitalist machine. That is why we have to speak back. No matter what the verdict is today, it can never be justice. There is no justice in a society void of honesty and freedom. A government that will put a young man on trial while committing a genocide cannot dispense justice. At this point, the government is not secondary, they are not just complicit, they are an active party and we are being suffocated. People like Mo Chara and Kneecap and all the groups that support freedom give us air. I even feel breathless and restricted in what I'm allowed to say here on this stand. But we can't let our air be taken away. Our freedom has to survive. It has to be heard so that other people know that it still exists. I studied music and philosophy at university, and the overlap between the two feels very significant today. My dissertation asked the question, where does music exist? I won't go into the whole thing. But after a long investigation into the meaning of everything, the only answer is that music exists in our minds. The same as the ideas of art, peace, truth, freedom, and power. Collectively, we control these parts of humanity. Us, not anyone who would seek to use them for their own selfish gain. Palestine exists for us in our minds, and we will hold it always. They can never take it away. I've never seen real change, but I owe it to be more than that 9-year-old who didn't understand, to be more than apathetic. For the thousands of Palestinian 9-year-olds that will never get a chance to live at all. As I said, we have our voices, and I wrote something when the verdict got given about a terrorist group, a few that happened. And but I don't need to do anything, because you can still land and you can steal money, but you can't steal freedom, you can't steal power. Power to the people, and you just got power. Yeah? So, you can still land and you can steal money, but you can't steal freedom, you can't steal power. Power to the people. Power to the people. You can still land and you can steal money, but you can't steal freedom, can't steal power. Power to the people. Power to the people. Thank you.
All right, folks, that was amazing. Just put your hands together, please, for Johnny Blackman. Let's sing a few tunes. Yes, you. And of course, we have Colin Andrew here, an amazing musician, an amazing sound engineer. And of course, we've got here, we've got one of the best drummers I've ever seen play, Becky Slater. My name's Garrett, and yeah, we're going to jump into it. I'll show you.
In bear for these brave men, my love for this brave night. But when Harry called to his side down in the GPO, I had to leave my own cigarette. To him I had to go. Oh, gracious Lord, your arms and let this moment linger. Take me out and on, I will die. Oh, my God, place this wedding ring upon your finger. There won't be time to share our love. We must say goodbye. That's the tone that's breaking my heart. Let's break it too. As I walk out of this place, my thoughts will be with you. And write some words upon the wall so everyone will know. I love so much that I can see his blood upon your nose. Oh, gracious Lord, be your arms and let this moment linger. Take me out and talk. Oh, my love, place this wedding ring on your finger. Won't be time to share our love. We must say goodbye. Oh, gracious Lord, in your arms and let this moment linger. Take me out at dawn, I will die.
That's it.
Oh, gracious Lord, in your arms and let this moment linger. They'll take me with all my love. I place this wedding ring upon your finger. There won't be time to share our love.
Thank you very much.
No, I'm just making sure I'm ready. You better be ready than sorry. All right.
saw the president. the wind that you feel. You stretch for the stars. You know how it feels. It's too high, too far, too soon. You saw the whole. Let's go. You fill the skies. I was dumbfounded by truth. Oh, you cut through life. Rain, dirty night. You saw freedom to the sky. I saw the present. Yeah, you saw the whole of the whole of the spoke about it. You just flew. I wondered, I guess that I tried. You just flew. While you swim. Saw the fucking hole in the middle, bitch. Torch in your pocket and the wind at your sail. And on the ladder, you know how it feels to leap too high, too soon, too soon. You saw the whole of the unicorns and cannonballs. Towers, tenements, wide ocean happy days so long ago. My boyhood friends and my own nations have all passed on like melting snow. So I spend my days and endless soft as the grass, and my bed is free. Oh, to leave in California on the long road down to the salty sea. But in Kilkenny, it is reported on my waistline there is like with gold and silver. I was a portrait. I sing There are 75 women, and among them, I wish I did well.
Hello, mate.
And the ocean.
You're okay, you didn't help. going down right now.
Jesus fair, I said, and gentle as a dove. Don't you through her royalty, St. Johnny, I love his fiddle. Oh, she's
We know it's a story more than just a movie. It's more than Kneecap. This is a story with us. It's a distraction from a real story. We know, unfortunately, this story will end up in the media today while Israel commits genocide at the same time. So everybody, continue to speak about Palestine. Free Palestine. Thank you all for coming. Chuck the Ireland.
Members of the press, you need to be either the right side of my life or pulling from behind the
Keep talking about Palestine, keep calling it genocide, and that's the real story, and this is just another distraction.